Just popping out chat so that I can see it in my teleprompter. I really wish YouTube would just give us a persistent URL for stream chat. That'd be so much cooler. But, oh well. Okay. So, yeah, the place that we left off. Right, so this notification form. We are trying to edit a notification we've created. Ooh, I do have a bunch of this junk open right now. All right, so this is the page that we're talking about. Token looks to still be valid. Yep. And Grok, all that's still going. Cool. Just double checking. All right, so notification form here. So number one, we are creating a form, setting some values. So we want to do this for multiple notification types. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How you doing? I know I jumped in a little quick, but I was kind of thinking about this yesterday. Actually, batch interval minutes. I think that's just an email thing. We may have added it for others, but it's not going to matter right now. All right, so selected type is happening there. All right, so then I just think the edit notification page is not fetching our notification. Ooh, but it is. Is it passing it in? It is. Ooh, okay. So why are the form fields not being filled out? Oh, Jesus. You're right. You should be seeing code. I forgot to press a button. I'm so sorry. I was too focused. I wasn't even looking at my OBS. Nah, you're totally right. Shit, sorry. God, it's like he smokes weed or something. I don't get it. Sorry. My bad. My bad. I stayed up way too late last night playing a new game. And didn't necessarily get as much sleep as I wanted. Then had to wake up, do work stuff, and go pick up my car, which sounds so good right now. Oh my God. My car sounds so much better right now. Like, dude, It doesn't even like grind when shifting gears anymore, because I think that was something that was happening. Like because of the starter and shit. Yeah, Griffing and the School. That game was fun, man. I really liked that game. I kept getting to a point like I don't want anyone to die. I'm not treating it like a proper roguelike. I'm restarting when someone dies. Not restarting, but like going back to the previous autosave. And I finally figured out how to keep this one dude alive. He's an apprentice right now, and like, dude, the apprentices, like, they're tough. Yeah. So, anyway, what we're getting is a 500 sad panda. That would be a different error. Key email not found in notification. Because it might not be. And yeah, dude, I created a ticket with Twitch. I don't know. I doubt they'll respond to it, though. Yeah. Damn it, Twitch. Trying to play some DCSS. What is DCSS? Dungeon Crawl Stone Soup. Okay. Okay, so here's something that I think we need to fix on the back end. Ooh, this get prop function is gross. Okay, so then here in notification controller, we've got the params that come back. Notification response here is one of these. Okay. Yeah, so that part's fine. What we need to do then is on the back end, we just need to make sure that the JSON serialization part is accurate. Oh. But it's saying... Email not found on notification. Right. Okay. Yeah. So the problem here is that our getter is not actually doing anything, because our show, it thinks all we need to do is this part. And yeah, this is just a get by, but instead we need to do the join stuff. All right, so we do that, but we need to do that. Yeah, so my thought here is, yeah, we have to do these joins. We might as well do updated at. And then here... Right. So any of these things that overlap, we need to do a separate thing for. And then do this. Right, so we'll do a case result dot type. All right, so I don't want to do a merge right here. Or I do. Right, we pluck those. Right, so we do that. I think that prepares us for this part. So then if I refresh, still a 500 sad panda, but it's a different error now. So updated at not found. Updated. Updated. It's totally new. You guys haven't heard of it yet. It's all right. You'll hear about it one of these days. Updated. All right. So notification JSON. So that should be working. All right. So yeah, something is up here. And it's like telling us what the notification is. Right? Like the error already says. I at least want to just double check, is that the place that we're getting to? Okay, so yeah, notification. Uh, duh. It's like he's smoking weed or something. All right, so now we should refresh. Will it blend? It blends. We're not updating the type here, though, which is a separate issue. And wait, why is this album so quiet? Yeah, it's basically the end of this album. Let's get another one. Aubrey, hey, what's up? So you just got out of an interview where all of your work history is in building and coding websites, but they were kept referring to you as a designer because you have Figma experience. Why are people like this? Um, yeah, it's a company that doesn't understand what front end actually means, right? Like, I don't know. Were you talking with a dev or were you talking with HR? Because HR has no clue. HR is just given keywords and that's all they know. So that's not their fault. Yeah, it depends on the title. And hey, what's up, Brooke? How you doing? Hold on one second. But yeah, what you up to, Brooke? Okay, so. Sorry, I got distracted by a thing. So we've got the drop down. I'm thinking this needs to be. So we've got selected type dot value. Oh wait, hold on. I see what's going on. I'm setting the type directly instead of finding the type. Hey, WebDev2, been a little bit. Yeah, thanks, man. Right. So type value is email, but I don't actually want value. Well, hold on. We do, though. Right? Value is selected type dot value. So that's the one that we're using. So the issue that we're running into, just to make it a little more obvious, is we're trying to set the initial state of this dropdown, but right now it appears to be disabled. Hold on. Okay, so that's not the main issue. Let me double check. Yeah, so being disabled is not the problem. Oh, shit. I'm doing... Yeah, I see what I'm doing. There it is. Okay. So that was the issue. Yeah. We were setting the forms value. We weren't setting the actual drop-downs value. All right. So now we got those synced up. Way better. So this note, I actually want to move it as a tooltip, right? But we'll do a different icon instead of the info. Yeah, I don't like that. And we'll do that for that other editing page too. I think that makes a lot of sense. Oh, let me get my phone out of my pocket. I don't like keeping it there too long. Right, so is editing and... Now let me double check. What is the other thing we're doing? Yes, we just do as child instead of a button. Oh, actually... No, I think we do need to do it as a button. All right, so now I got to go figure out some icons. Lucide, here I come. Alert. Okay, so the alert triangle. Triangle alert. Okay, so instead, I do think I wanted no shadow. That looks weird. I kind of like that, actually. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so when editing, we then do, you can't change it for that, and you can't change it for this. Yep. Okay. I like that. So yeah, and what you up to there, Web Dev 2? What's everyone up to? You all enjoying your days? Yeah, I'm gonna call that good. So then, yeah, let's go do the same thing for the keyword form page, right? While it's still fresh in our mind. I think there's only one thing we disable. Some values. It'd be better if we could be explicit about it. Honestly, some of these things might have been just better as individual modals. It's just a lot of modal juggling. What we can do eventually is maybe A/B test it. Right, allow users to opt in. I've been trying to learn Erlang so you can learn some Elixir. You don't need to learn Erlang to learn Elixir at all. Yeah, you don't need to understand Erlang whatsoever. Right, you may need to understand like the beam, but that the beam and Erlang are technically separate. It's like the JVM in Java. You don't need to know Java to write Kotlin, you know? Or Swift and Objective-C, right? You don't need to know Objective-C to understand Swift. They're really just separate languages, even though they use a lot of the same ecosystem. All right, so yeah, error creating notification is incorrect because that is not what we're doing on that page. All right, so then the notification page, right? New keyword, nope, new notification. Okay, so it still fails, and that failure is a different thing. Why did that fail? Constraint error, notifications org ID name index, because yes, on edit notification we're trying to create when this should be update notification, which we don't have as a thing yet on our service. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, so DiDev, I would say if you really want to learn Elixir, just build a Phoenix application. And you don't have to use Phoenix for like rendering templates, right? You can do it just the REST API like I am. It was, hold on. Let me just look in some other repo. It's mix Phoenix new node. I don't remember what command I used to scaffold this. Shit. Well, that's a bummer. Let me get more music going. There is definitely a command that you can run to not have to deal with like live view and all that bullshit. I mean, DiDev, like, I would have it. Right? Like, I would have found it that way too. So if you're not aware with Oh My Zish and Zish in general, you can type mix and then see every command you've run that starts with mix, which is pretty cool. I could have sworn I did a phoenix.new command, but it's not in my history, so whatever. I could track that down again if you really need it. But it's like no HTML, no live view. Hold on, let me try this. There we go. We just go look at it here. So, mixphoenix.new. What you probably want to do is no assets, no ES build, no HTML, no live. I think I passed no tailwind as well, but I think that one's implied by one of these others. No assets is part of no tailwind. So yeah, really it's just no assets, no HTML, no live. GitHub's free programming books repo. I guess like I don't think you need a book. Just go start building stuff with Phoenix, man. Like you've done a REST API before, right? That pattern stays the same. I think you just start hacking at it. And that's my recommendation. Have something small, like very small scope. Build it, then build something larger scope. All right, so hold on. I'm going to pass this. Oh, I didn't have my chat going over here. I mean, it's up to you, right? If you've built a REST API before, the books are not going to be helpful. I don't think they're a good idea. Right, you just need to build stuff. Just remembered that someone was curious about this previously, so I'm going to pass it to him. Hold on, sorry. I missed that. I missed a message work-wise. No assets dash no HTML. There we go. Hold on. I gotta read something. NA, what's up, Maniac? NA, what's up, Maniac? How you doing? Shit. Sorry, work thing jumping up. Okay, so wait. There we go. We got that shout out. We did the other one too, right? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks for the raid, Maniac. Yep, have a good one.
Button if you're enjoying this content, and if you haven't subscribed, please don't forget to subscribe. Setup was successful, so I knew I was underwater.
Stupid edits. Stupid ads. Okay, yeah, sorry. I just got to respond to this. Oh, god damn it. What the fuck? Oh, Slack, you're so buggy. Okay. So yeah, what's everyone up to? Man, yeah, it is warming up in here. Can we please get some rainy Seattle back? When does the weather get better? Okay, 10-day forecast doesn't look too terrible. Tuesday warms up, then we get nice and chilly, and then it warms up again. And it gets real warm, and it gets cloudy. It's not the hottest it's ever been, but man, not ideal. Oof. All right, so back to the task at hand. The task at hand is we need to get some types returned from this method, right? Our update of a notification. We need separate params. All right, so email, not allowed. Name is allowed. Yes, this is where we need to do this. Yeah, so create notification Slack params. I'm not using Next.js whatsoever for this. The API is Elixir Phoenix. The front end is React. But Next.js is not necessary for a dashboard. Yes, this is Messijo. Yep. So we can't update Slack notification params. That happens elsewhere. Actually, we can. I forgot about that. So yeah, update does have some stuff. But it's not going to be through the same mechanism. Okay, so update notification email params. You cannot do that. All right, only thing you can update for an email is that. There we go. Okay, so then for SMS, it's basically the same thing, but it could change eventually. Okay. So I'm okay with that. Let's double check where we're doing some of these. So yeah, create notification params, notification response. Yes. but this one is then instead update. Create notification params. Yes, then we just need to add update there. All right, so now we want to go and rebuild. All right, SDK, do some of that mumbo jumbo. Dev server back running. All right, that comes from the SDK. So now we go back to that. All right, so then, yeah, when editing here, instead of showing that note, we show another button. So what we would want to do on this page is then, if editing, show the channel and all that, and then show a button to update it. Yeah, okay, cool. So let me go use the restroom. I've got plenty of water, so we're good there. We're gonna definitely not drink the whiskey like we did on 4th of July. Ah. Walked right into vomiting. Ah, there you go. Yep. Water, like from the toilet? Gross. Okay. Yeah, there you go. Totally. And again, hey, yeah, Sergeant Pepper, anyone else that could feasibly make it to Seattle for Cascadia JS, we got the giveaway going. That's not the same form. That's number 2. Currently only have 3 people registered. Your odds are good. Your odds are really good. All right, so yeah, we got some front end stuff to do for editing Slack notification stuff. All right, so here's the Slack area. So if we are editing versus not editing, so we already started creating some of this stuff. So if we are not editing, we show that part. If we are editing, we don't show an alert, and we instead show All right, so I see 3 divs. What am I missing here? Oh. There we go. Yeah, I deleted the wrong one of those. Okay. Seems like Prettier is not kicking in for reasons. All right, so I think that was our issue. All right, so then webhook URL is not what we're looking for here. And hey, what's up, Brainless? How you doing? Oh, and that looks wonky because we put the tooltip in the wrong place. All right, so what props are on the Slack things? Yeah, okay, so that looks right. But that's not our big issue. We see delete, we see verify, resend verification, connect Slack. So yeah, connect Slack is actually what we do, but then we want to get some values. So Slack workspace and Slack channel. That's really all we need to see. Yeah, so workspace and channel. Hey, what's up, Condi? How you doing? Working on your software as a service? Nice. All right. So we see Slack workspace in there. Why does that input look funky? Oh. That would be why. But yeah, what's up, Code Drift? How you doing? Yeah, we'll be doing the stripe thing. Have you looked at Polar lately? And honestly, the stripe thing isn't that complicated. It's just some webhooks. There we go. That looks better. Not quite right, but yeah, we can work on it. Can you post a YouTube link to help Code Drift? What link? I'm not sure Code Drift needs it. Like, they've done Stripe before. Mark Liu? Nope, sorry. No, fuck Mark Liu. That dude sucks. Nah, fuck that dude. Nope. Nope. That dude sucks. He's a fucking charlatan. Right? Like, why would you listen to someone who makes all their money off telling you how to make money rather than making money themselves? Right? As far as actually, like, shipping things, what have they done? Why are they someone you're listening to? Code fast and ship fast. Like, what is this guy actually building? Maybe. I don't think tutorials like that are that valuable. Stripe has fantastic documentation. Yeah, so I don't know if you're aware of this, Condi. Code Drift actually runs a startup. He's already done the Stripe thing. Nobody should be listening to Mark Liu. Right? Like, all he's doing is rehashing their documentation. If you can't read documentation, you've got a problem. But yeah, what's up, Maya? How you doing? I really, really, really distrust experts or self-proclaimed experts or people that ship things that you pay money for when they're not actually doing the thing that they're teaching you. Like, it's just, there's something inherently really gross about the way Mark Liu makes his money. But yeah, what's up, Maya? How you doing? You're very tired. Oh, why's that? I stayed up pretty late, so I'm pretty tired too. But yeah, doing some day job work, eh? Nice. Sounds fun. Took forever to fall asleep, then didn't get enough. You'll do best to catch up tonight. Yeah. Is it like really hot where you're at? I always have a hard time sleeping when it's really warm. Oh, you have AC. Oh. In Europe? That's crazy. That's crazy. I don't believe you. In Europe? No way. That's the funniest part, Maya. Like, I mean, that's kind of cool. They go to your stream, they're not even paying attention to that part. That's hilarious. Right? They're there for you, not the title of your stream or title of your channel. That's funny. Yeah, go get some sleep for sure. Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing we're working on is we recently split out the edit functionality and the create functionality. They're still using the same form, which means we get a lot of the same validation and all that. This is directly opposed to if we were to do it with like individual modals on this page, right? So, you know, for a notification, if we were to click this, the things that you see in this list would be, you know, it'd be a much longer list. And it would be like you click a button and you see a modal for like one individual like field to change. Is that ideal? No, but so far it just doesn't seem like notifications are complex enough to need that. So yeah, I don't know. We're gonna let this go. We're gonna launch it, and then who knows? We might even just refactor it again. I do foresee like the edit pages getting more complex than this eventually, though. So I think I'm going to try and stick with individual create and edit pages instead of doing it all in modals and stuff. And if it hasn't gotten more complicated within, like, I don't know, a few months, we can always pivot back. But yeah, so that's the part we're working on. And yeah, Grimmonts, you didn't register either? That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh, okay. So what we want to do is we're going to create a value up here. Const Slack needs workspace. So if the type is Slack and we don't have a workspace, then Slack needs workspace is a thing. And it's not not terribly complex, but whatever. It's basically just a WebSocket. Does that help? Yeah, exactly. I mean, part of the whole thing is being open. So it'd be a little questionable if they were not open about it. Okay, so we're getting there. Okay, so now we see workspace there. The second thing we want here is not workspace, though. This is channel. Okay, so 1 second. Not used to services being open. Even in gaming, most companies don't expose data people could use to create community tools around these. One of the exceptions, is ArenaNet's Guild Wars 2, right? They provide a lot of endpoints with data, so community create a lot of tools by tracking encounter stats, market stats. Such a cool idea. Not big on social media, so you didn't know Blue Sky had this agenda of being open and transparent. Yeah. Blue Sky was specifically spun up as like an anti-Twitter. They've been really vocal about like the whole no kings type stuff, right? Like technically they have some marketing, no more Caesars or something like that. And it's actually like an anti Zuckerberg thing too. A world without Caesars, right? Blue Sky thing. So it's basically referencing that some like shirt that said some stuff on Latin that Mark Zuckerberg wore at one point. But yeah, world without Caesars. So yeah, they're totally sold out. But they are very like anti that stuff. To know July, sure. Early Twitter was super open as well. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, right? Because eventually Blue Sky could get bought, and then boom, like they're screwed. So instead, by adopting a fully open protocol, there's basically no way to close that down. Yeah, July, August. Are those the only two? Yeah, the rest are just like gods. Like Mars is March. Yeah, I don't remember all the others. Yep. Yeah, good catch though. All right, so we need to bring in link from React Router. It's like webhook URL, right? Hold on. I gotta figure out where we're doing that over here on the notifications page. Oh, it is that. That is gross. Slack client ID. All right, so instead of connect Slack, yeah, I think I'm okay with that. All right, so then the way we're doing the label stuff here. Okay. I almost want to put these two next to each other. We can always change the phrasing of that, but yeah, I'd say that looks okay. So then if I go to edit, yep, okay, so yeah, that works. All right, so then we do something like that, connect Slack. So then we go edit Slack settings, sure. All right, so now we fail creating. That's a bummer. Hmm. All right, so failed to cast value. Our payload was name and type. All right, so the idea is that we can't seem to pattern match that like we want. If we do this, that does work. Okay, cool. Okay, so we're able to create Slack channels. Sweet. All right, so I think a lot of this looks good. If we go here and do edit, we see connect Slack. Yep. And then here, same idea. Well, let's verify that this one works. The order of these is actually weird. Yeah, we should probably have sorting and filtering at some point. I think just sorting would be fine. But we do see Messijo testing, new channel. Yeah. This is coming together. All right, so yeah, creating a new one. Let's try and edit one of these. Another Slack 2. All right, so we can't edit. All right, so there it failed to do a cast for the update endpoint. And yeah, no. So update there does not matter. Okay, so a notification name is allowed. Right, we should be able to update any of these, right? So hold on. Create notification Slack. We get rid of. Create notification params. So those stay create. And then after that, we want to do an update. Sorry, work thing came through. All right, so update notification common params. You cannot update that, but you can update the name. So now I need to do the any of stuff again. All of. So there's email. That one actually is the exact same. And then here, this is that. That. Okay. So, will it blend? Yep, that all compiled. Perfect. So then we go back to here, we refresh, it should load, I do that, we say save, error saving. So now, why is that complaining? For hundo, sad panda. No function clause. Wait, what? All right, so now they're saying our update function is no good. Like, it's just not pattern matching. I'm a little curious what error it's trying to tell me about there. But yeah, update here is going to be no good. Hmm. Right, so we know that the validation's happening. All right. So when updating email here, yeah, those are the only things that you can change on those, which I think is fine. So then, yeah, update notification. You know what? And yeah, we had that. Right, so then that's the right value for this, but then these are not. All right, so then in notifications here, this chunk again. All right, so what we're doing right now is we are adding some repository functions. Instead of email here, this is mess. Still basically the same update. All right, so then we go to notification controller here. Email, SMS. Okay, so that should work now. We'll see. Oh, no, we don't compile right now. What are we breaking? Key webhook URL. So something is up still with fetching this. It wasn't an error before, though. Right? It's this part right here that's getting us. All right, let's try and find where that error line is. Yep. All right, so the major issue is that we're querying for this. We do see webhook URL in there. So it's definitely there. Oh. Oh. Yeah. No. I know what's going on. Yep. Yeah, we changed a method. So in the show, not just update, in show we want to do get full notification by org ID. That's what the issue was, right? Because we messed with that method. Or not. Oh, now it's a 5 hundo. Yep, and the reason that's the case is just because we forgot to update that part. So we go back up. There we go. All right. So then we go another Slack 2. All right. We're not fetching when we do that, but that's fine. Alrighty. Okay, so our next step then. Okay. All right, so we're going to leave that there, actually, and we do this. We hit save. Keywords, we need to do something very similar. No, actually, completely different. Okay, cool. So we do all that fetching. I think that is good. I'm going to say create and edit functionality is done. Yeah. Right, feet. Okay, so we created the endpoints and logic to allow editing keywords and notifications. So then on the front end, we've got a similar thing. Boom. Okay, so yeah, we finished up the basics, right? The thing that we absolutely needed to do today. Our next step is, right, let's go look at our Trello board and let's go get the back end up and running. One is done. Nailed it. All right, so yeah, email sending requires like the over limits part, and we want to do the pivot to send grid eventually, but I think, yeah, getting billing going, that's it. That's like our next major bottleneck. I mean, technically, deploy backend. Okay, so yeah, deploy backend is one of our steps. That one, I think we'll still do after pivot to send grid. But I would say, let me rinse my glass. Right? Like it's got all this salt on it. I'm going to rinse my glass. We're going to pour a whiskey. I didn't even have one yesterday, which I'm proud of. I didn't even realize I had a zit on my nose. I didn't even look in the mirror today. Just right there in the middle. Yeah, gnarly. But oh well. All right, so yeah, what's everyone up to? Y'all enjoying your day? pour a whiskey. That one's dead. Do I wish I had more Coca-Cola? Yes. But we're back to cutting some weight. It's just so much better with a mixer. Alrighty. And yeah, don't want to quit too cold turkey, right? Like, yes, I've been overdoing the whiskey. I want to dial that back. But you don't want to quit whiskey cold turkey. Right, alcohol withdrawals can kill you. Now, I doubt, I don't get the shakes or anything, so, I don't know. Probably not a big deal, but better safe than sorry, Better to wean off. Oh, I do have some tenseness in my neck. But okay, so. Yeah, adding stripe. All right, let's do that. So the first step is to think about what email address I want this to go to. Billing@messijo.com. Yeah, let me go log into Fastmail. When I guess on July, what was it? July 1st, we hit our daily quota on resend. So yeah, definitely got to get off of resend. Hold on. So I'm looking over at Fastmail. I'm trying to remember where I even set some of these things. It's got to be in settings, right? Users know my email addresses. There we go. All right. So then, yes, this Messijo one is billing. I do need to do this real quick while I sign up for some stuff. Need to generate a password. I think I can do this part. Messijo will be recurring payments. I'm not using connect. Yeah, I'd say that's good. Hmm. So we definitely need a checkout page. Do we want to do it as embeddable components that we control? Or just a pre-built checkout form? I feel like we can change this later. I think we'll do pre-built just for now. We need to create a recurring product. Okay, so this is going to be um, hmm. So yeah, daily and a yearly. All right. Yeah, so the name is Startup Plan Monthly. I don't think we need an image or any of that. Unit label. Nope, none of that junk. All right, and can we change that price eventually? All right, so then verifying our business. Let me do this. Two-factor auth time. All right, complete my business profile. I think we can do this for now. Oh, it is a registered business. It's currently a single member LLC. Ooh, tracking down the EIN and all that. It's gonna be some work. We'll just stay in trial mode in sandbox for now. Okay, so I could copy those. All right, so now let's go look at. Oh, we can close that one. Here in their docs. All right, so and hey, what's up, Nicholas? How you doing over on YouTube? All right, so I'm just double checking some of this. Damn, it is not that warm in here, but man, it's feeling warm enough. Probably gonna need a haircut again here soon. In the past, I've done just like the stripe elements process. I have not done the checkout page version. But I'm okay with that for now. All right, so this is the entirety of all of their code. And really, man, their docs are just so good. Okay, so basically what we need to do is we need to create a page where they can choose their plan. And technically we have that. All right, first step is that link needs to actually go somewhere. Just double checking some stuff. Wait, what was that? Okay. It's going to be in our layout. Yeah. All right, so yeah, we see billing right here. Okay, so then what we want to do is we want to navigate to here. And yeah, we're calling it pre-seed, startup, and unicorn. Yes, we probably want to rename the one that we got. And I'm thinking, yeah, we might start this one at like $8. And then startup might be 20. Unicorn would be 50. And then we'll adjust numbers to fit that. Yeah, something like that. Maybe just 10, 20, 50. I don't know. But the idea is you would select one of these. Right now we need to detect what they're currently on and disable that button. Right now, okay, yeah, we are doing that. And this user is on the unicorn page. Sure. Okay, so yeah, my thought is one of these we would just redirect. Before we get too far, though, let's do this. It's going to be here in layout, I think. And we've got all of these things here. All right, so then for this part's actually above all of it. Would it make more sense to do like the 91949 thing? I think it depends. Yeah, I don't really know. We should try and find competitors and see what they do. Let me get more music going first. Double check my work calendar too. I just had a random thought. Damn, Wednesday is actually really open for me. It's never that open for me. Okay, so yeah. Not too bad on the meeting front. This week. Yeah, pretty good actually. Yeah, it's definitely a psychological thing. It depends on your target customer, right? So, in general, people who are trying to pinch pennies really care about the penny. Whereas people who are looking for luxury prefer round prices. Like, I don't know. It's a very tricky thing. I don't know. Something I'll have to think about for sure. Hey, what's up? Not your average developer. How you doing? right, so after 500 milliseconds, what we're going to do is... I mean, that's what, like, those studies have shown. Yeah, it takes a little bit for it to catch up. All right, so yeah, we get that going. Call that good. All right, what's your message? You finished a coding challenge last night for a company, and you really hope you get moved on to the next steps. Oh, that's always the fun part. Yeah, yeah, lots of luck to you, you know. The market is volatile right now, but companies are hiring, so I'd say keep at it. Okay, so we are able to navigate back to that part of things. Excuse me for the yawn. All right, so now we go billing. Yeah, what we need to do is not that. All right, so a full refresh works, but that's only after we've loaded everything. So then we do this, we go billing. All right, there we go. So yeah, we just scroll it into view. I forget, what does scroll into view take in? Yeah, so it doesn't animate yet. That's fine. I feel like Chrome has it, but Firefox might not. I mean, in general, coding interviews are trying to assess your ability to solve a problem, right? They're not looking for people to have memorized all the stuff, but people obviously, like, when you make something a goal, it ceases to be a good metric. So yeah, like, that's the problem with LeetCode. Like, in general, they didn't want people to have all that stuff memorized, right? They wanted to see how you think on your feet. But then it became a, well, how much can you memorize kind of thing. Like, let me put it this way. I really like the thought process that goes into a coding interview that does something more than just like leak code bullshit, right? Like, let's debug this thing together or whatever, right? Let me see your thought process on trying to figure out what's going wrong. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to understand how someone works, but yeah, it's a lot tougher. Like, it's the hardest part of an interview, right? To actually gain something valuable rather than just, weed people out. Right, so I should be able to do behavior smooth. Yeah, exactly. Yep. I think I actually liked the non-smooth version. Right, just take me to the point where you need me and call it good. Yeah, okay. So then, right, we get to this page, and the user should then be able to click some of this. And that's totally fine. I think that's a good one. Trying to remember. Like, there's a bunch of companies that tell you exactly their process, right? This is the only one I could remember. Dude, their website's getting worse and worse. And who knows, they could have changed it. But I like it when they give you a full synopsis of like everything you might do. Sure. Right. So then why it's exciting, about you, level, compensation, interview process. Right? So then these get really nice. You know, I love it when a company has like a full description of their entire interview process. Like, doesn't mean they're a great company. This is one of the ones where they took way too long to get back to me after like 6 rounds of interviews. And they pride themselves on async communication. But at least up front, you see there's a recruiter screen, hiring manager screen, resume deep dive / technical screen, right? Team interview stage. Yeah. At least like if they say, hey, there's going to be some leak code, but here's the whole process. Here's what we expect, and we don't want to take too much of your time, kind of thing, right? That's cool. I could be really into that. But yeah, so technical interview general, technical interview complex problem deep dive. They don't have much description of what goes on in these because it's probably team specific. But hiring manager screen, they tell you what it's going to be, how it works, and all that stuff. But dude, it's still 6 things. Right? Technically 7, because I got to that one too. So yeah, there's definitely some like, ugh, to some of these jobs. But, you know, whatever. Yeah, this is a huge red flag. That is ridiculously low. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Sergeant Pepper. And they underpay, right? This is ridiculously low for developer advocate. Not ridiculously, I've seen worse. But dude, in Zone 1 in San Fran for 140K a year? Yeah, nope. Big old nope. Big old nope. It'll be a panel interview next to go over the assessment, then senior VP, then CEO, and offer if all goes well. So yeah, it's like a probably like a smaller like startup then. He worked at Home Depot as a mobile engineer. Saw they had another job posting the other day. Salary for senior iOS engineer was 120K max. Yikes. Now, that may not be too unreasonable if they're expecting you to be like in Georgia, right? That's where like the Home Depot headquarters is, right? Tired of man. No, no. Get Kraken's great. Get Kraken's killing it. I was only just passively looking at that. No, I've seen way better like options, but I still want to stick it out. Yeah, 120K could make sense if you're living in Georgia. I still don't think it does. Like for a senior iOS engineer, I don't know, man. I'm really curious what like the average like in-office pay in Georgia actually is. I do think 120K goes farther there than like 180K here in Seattle, but it's still interesting. Um, for someone to live in San Francisco, 140K is not a lot. You'll be paying 5 grand a month in rent, unless you want to have roommates. Maybe it's not quite that bad. It's pretty bad though. It involves a lot of travel. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Let's just go look at it real quick, just because I want to make sure. So, hotpads.com. San Francisco. Let's just say we're looking for just a 1 bedroom. Oh. All right, and let's just say laundry in unit for sure, 100%. I would like AC. If I'm gonna live in San Fran, I probably want AC, but we're not gonna deal with that. But square footage, I would need 800. So yeah, you're looking at 3,500, 4 grand, 4 grand, 4 grand, right? Like you're looking at easily 4 to 6 grand somewhere, you know, where you could reasonably travel to meetups a bunch, right? To like reasonably go into the city. Like, dude, if your take home after taxes is only 9 grand a month, that is a huge chunk of your money. Yeah. Like, dude, over 50% of your 140K, like, that's bad business. You should not be spending that much on rent. Now, keep in mind, my filters are a bit higher. Like, I don't want fucking roommates. I do not want roommates. I can't do it. Can't do it anymore. I need at least 800 square feet for all my shit. Because I'm 40 and I've collected a lot of shit over the years. And I'm also a collector. I've got comic books and sports cards and all sorts of shit. Novels, right? Like hardback, like first editions and shit. I'm a collector. I like to collect things. And I'm borderline a hoarder. I got too much clutter. For me to move to San Fran, I would need 220K minimum. Minimum. When I was younger, oh, dude, all sorts of shit. Yeah, who cares? I could make it work. I've lived in a van before. Like, I've made it work when I was younger. I don't want to do that anymore. Which, it's like the anti-fang. I hadn't heard of that. So yeah, this is at least just one example of like, well, yeah, you want to move to San Fran, you're going to be paying, like here in Seattle, I'm already paying a premium because Seattle's expensive, right? I pay about 3 grand a month, right? I could find some stuff cheaper, but it would be the get you in deal, and then they just jack up the rent like a year later. So yeah, if we see that, like, and that's the thing with those places in San Fran, those are the sweet deals, right? Get you in for a year lease, and then after that year, jack up the rent. That's how they work. They will always do that because they know you'd be willing to pay an extra couple $100 each year per month just to not have to move because moving sucks. Yeah, like apartment complexes totally fucking know that shit. So, yeah, if the sweet spot deals, right, like the get you in and hopefully get you hooked deals are still like 4 grand or more, oh my god, dude, yeah, living in San Fran is insane. Like, insane. No, thank you. Like, nah. Yeah. Yeah, to live how I want to live, we didn't even like parse for like needing AC. I'm sure that jacks up the rent by at least another grand in San Fran. So you'd be looking at 6 grand a month for rent. That's just too much. Right? That's 72 grand a year. That's way too much. You'd be taking home like 1,500 on 120, 140 grand, like per month of actual like take home. Like after food, after utilities. Exactly. There you go, Dr. Cudley. Yeah, like just other bullshit. Parking fees, blah, 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 right? Still has two thumbs, right? Like, I don't know. AC, it really depends. Like, there's some places where AC just isn't common. I feel like San Fran, it's probably more common. Here in Washington, though, here in Seattle, yeah, you're easily looking at like an extra $1,500 for rent for a place that has proper AC. Because it's just not something we've had in Washington or needed for a long time. AC is not common in SF? Yeah, that's even worse. Like, fuck that, dude. Larobi, I think you're onto something. The way I would look at it is how many keywords do they want to listen to versus like how many events, and in San Fran there's no Big Mario's Pizza. I bet they got some decent East Coast pizza. Like San Fran has a lot of solid food. I didn't even get to experience all of it the way I wanted, but I'm sure there's like a West Coast pizza, or not West Coast, sorry, like an East Coast style pizza place, right? Chicago pizza sounds fine too. I like the big, floppy foldable slices. And that does remind me, yeah, hold on, Wednesday is Seattle JS this week. So I'll pick up pepperoni pizza. Alaska, I could actually do. But I bet there isn't any good West Coast, like any good East Coast slices in Alaska, which means there's a market. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, no, I do agree. I think there is definitely something we could do here. I don't want to bill based on seats. Some plan with unlimited events keywords, right? Like a contact us plan. Yeah, I think a contact us plan would be good. Because yeah, like the way to think about this is like how many hours are we going to save someone? So I'm not like married to any of these prices yet. Realistically, we could start out smaller, grandfather people in, and then increase. Like I I'm definitely not going to be the kind of person that like, oh hey, your price is going up next month. No, I'm going to let people get grandfathered in. At least to a point. So what prices would I be stoked on minimum to get people in? And like the amount of keywords and the amount of events. I'm thinking this for $10. This probably for 20. This one for 50. Ooh, like a reseller plan. That would be way down the line, but that's not a bad idea. Yeah, exactly, right? But I'd still want to like let people be godfather or like grandfathered in. Godfathered in would be totally different, right? Godfathered in would involve a decapitated horse. Who's got time for that? Ooh, Archaeopteryx. Yeah, love that name, by the way. We're building a project to listen for messages on Blue Sky currently, and then we'll add other platforms eventually. And I think that's another big part of it, right? We haven't expanded to make this like fully worth it. Like, is just Blue Sky worth $50 a month? Maybe not. But yeah, I do think our plans would then be, yeah, $10, $20, $50. And then reseller. Would you like to integrate our product into your product? Contact us. But that'll be on like a different page. Like, I could even picture this as being like, oh, hey, you know, maybe you're not like a unicorn or enterprise. You're like an indie hacker that has 10 different projects you want to listen for. Cool, 10 different keywords, 50,000 event things a month, right? Will you hit the 50K? No, but you'll hit the 10. And then vice versa, like, oh, you're listening to something heavy. I don't know, we can figure more out. Something to think about. I'm not sure. But yeah, we're currently in the process of setting up billing. That is our task for the day because we finished up our other task. And yeah, like, I think it's worth these conversations and just discussion real quick. We're also doing the checkout based flow instead of the like the Stripe elements based flow, which I haven't done before, but I'm pretty sure it's kind of straightforward. It couldn't be any harder than doing PayPal. And in fact, I bet the checkout based flow is basically the PayPal flow. All right, I will say it is pretty warm. I got enough water for another beverage, but let me go grab some ice packs to put in my pockets because I am heating up. I'm even going to throw one in the beanie. Take this warm one out. I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Let's let this cool me down a bit. Okay. No, that makes sense there, Larobi. Yeah, I think the main gist is we want to get to a good starting point with this. And then we can always expand as like customers ask for things. But yeah, we don't want to try and predict everything. So yeah. All right, well, let's go back to Sandbox, product catalog. We got startup plan monthly and the price. Oh, and we're calling it startup. Yeah, I definitely don't want to go that deep yet. Right? Like, that's definitely something we could do eventually, Oscriptor. Right? Like, allowing them to customize their plans and stuff. I don't think that's like the move at the moment. Dude, like, yeah, the numbers get crazy. Products with variants. Yeah, yeah, those get complicated quick. Okay, so we got the plans created. Right? We'll need to add more value here eventually, but I think what we got going is pretty good. My goal for this project is to try to get it to 2K a month profit. And the quickest way to do that is probably selling startup plans. I feel like it could go bigger than that, but I think 2K is like really conservative. Oh, is that what you meant, Oscriptor? Oh. Really? I didn't see that here. Oh, I see. Yeah, so I don't think we'd want to do tiered. Yeah, like it's geared more towards just like regular BS. And yeah, Larobi, I mean, we could do that. We could A/B test it at some point. And hey, what's up, Synthwave? All right, so we'll do a second one of these. With the goal of pacing ourselves. If I can stick to 2 a day, I'll be pretty satisfied. With the occasional days of none, and then the occasional day of way too much. All right. Anyway, so yeah, I think the products we have set up are good enough for now. So then, from this point, I believe our back end is actually the thing managing that, right? We've got billing tiers kind of set up in here. So it's whiskey. That's about an ounce and a half pour. Sometimes it gets up to 2 ounces. And then water. And that's it. Oh, you're right. I forgot to change that. Hold on. Yeah. Edit. Yeah, good catch. I missed one thing while we were doing that part. Thank you. And I kind of like what they do with UI, right? Like a lot of these forums just open up to the side. I kind of like that. I might start doing that more, right? Like things I would have done a modal for, but I know it's going to get bigger than just a couple things. We just do the sidebar instead, like the drawer. Yeah, so I think we got the right products here. What I probably need to start doing is product IDs like that are environment based. Hmm. Yeah, so what's the right way to manage these IDs? Yeah, so we are currently managing billing tiers via the database because we got some of these things going, right? Like this is where like the data lives for it, and then we just let Stripe charge for it. But then this is like the entitlements that the user is allowed. For this product, I don't mind tying that to Stripe, but I think instead, because I want to use Walter for a lot of this stuff, like the amount of events that we allow, right? The amount of notifications we would send for each of these. Events, nah, it'd still be the same thing. Yeah, and one thing I'm just realizing that I'm not tracking anywhere. We're going to add it to backlog, but this is going to be compound keywords. right? So this is definitely a feature we are going to need, right? Do you want to look for the word get and GUI in one message, but they don't need to be side by side? That's definitely something we're going to need. I think it definitely goes after the backup strategy. Long tail keywords? Okay, hold on. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. That is huge. That helps a lot. Because that's probably some like SEO I'd want to focus on, right? Like we'd want to maybe do some long tail keywords for the phrase long tail and keyword. You know, like, oh my God. No, that was huge. Thank you. Yeah, that's really nice. Okay. Giastara, thank you for the follow. Welcome. How you doing? No, that really helps. Yeah, that's nice. Because yeah, in my marketing, I could totally do like the same thing. Ooh, one thing I'm realizing though, we're calling this sky funnel. All right, Messijo dev. We do call it Messijo, right? Right. So sky funnel was just old. LMO, language model optimizer or whatever. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I think at GetKraken, I've heard the term GMO. Or no, GEO? I don't know what the G stands for in that case. GPT. Yeah, that's probably it. Yep. GPT engine optimization. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, good catch. Yes, that's the term I've heard for it, but GP like GEO, LMO, I'd say very similar. From what I've seen though, and there was an article about this, generative. Oh, that makes more sense. Thank you. with such a good response, you deserve your name to be said. I still got a smirk before it, and you live for this, right? For like streamers saying your name. Thank you, Kakadopoulos. I had to like hype myself up to be able to say that out loud. In GPT? No, so yeah, that especially makes a lot of sense. Yeah, good call. Is that one of your favorite things, Mr. Dopolis? Mr. Dabalina, Mr. Bob Dabalina? Damn, I really want to hear that song now. Oh, and that album just ended? Oh, no. It's in the middle. Fuck it. We're going to play it real quick. Mr. Bob Kakadopoulos. Sorry. Hold on. We're going to hear it real quick. Mr. Dabalina. I'm a little bummed I didn't get some Del the Funky Homo Sapien tickets this week. You don't really care? You just close it? Okay. Alright, never mind. You ever heard this song? Mr. Kakadopoulos. It's too many syllables. Damn it. I was going to try and fill in the words. I can't rap quick enough. Yeah, I regret not getting a ticket to his peer show here in Seattle. That would have been a good one. But I refuse to pay scalpers, so whatever. Hey, what's up, Hunar? How you doing over on YouTube, Mr. Sir? Anyone over on YouTube into mid-90s to late 90s hip-hop? Because that is the song we're hearing right now, so, you know, let me paste it for you. All right, and then here it is for chat. To me, this is the golden age of hip-hop. I actually feel bad that I wasn't into hip-hop during the time that they were happening. Yeah, there's some, like, really good hip-hop from that era. Like, there's some really bad shit, too, that isn't technically hip-hop. I think the big difference is I don't like rap. And when I say that, I'm sure there's a couple, like, rap artists I like. I like hip-hop. All right, I want something to make me hippity-hop it around. Like, you know? What is that a quote from, Hunar? Shit. No, because during this era, rap totally existed. Right? Like, no one would classify Ice-T as hip-hop. Nah, that dude's been rap his entire career. Right? Like, Mace, Biggie, you know, Tupac. I'd say Tupac is closer to rap than hip-hop for sure. As a DJ, you know, Dr. Dre does kind of like skirt that line with his beats. But yeah, I'd even say NWA is closer to rap than hip-hop, you know. Anyway, let's get back to some synthwave. But yeah, just recognize Mr. Kakadopoulos. When I see your name, it doesn't go to the gutter, it goes to that song. So that's fun, right? It's just like one syllable too long to like substitute into the song. And yeah, what's up, Hesse? What are you up to? Oh, that was something your friend's dad said, Hunar? This is from Hunar over on YouTube, by the way. I mean, yeah, old school hip hop's good, man. There's something to be said though. There's that one like he's not technically like a rapper or hip hop artist, but he's the dude that wrote the poem. He was a poet. He wrote the poem, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised. That dude actually really disliked modern rap and hip hop because they basically never, like, at least the era he was referencing, at least they never took a stand for much, you know? Right? It's like the vapid, like, we want to party, like the Beastie Boys, or the fucking just like a bunch of nonsense, like you know, shit. What's some of those artists like Cool in the Gang and some of that stuff, right? You know, like there wasn't anything serious about what was trying to be said, which like is interesting because I would bet that, that same like poet probably really resonates with like Rage Against the Machine and some of that stuff. Because Rage Against the Machine, yeah, it's still basically rap, but it says something, like it means something, you know? The big difference is like Grandmaster Flash did White Lines. That one says something, you know? Public Enemy? Yeah. He like led the charge on like the anti-cop movement and all that stuff. But he didn't really get any deeper than that. You know? Like in my opinion, Public Enemy sold the fuck out. Like, you know, whatever, make your money. You're a musician. Like, yeah, make the music, get paid for it. No, and I get that, Hunar. Like, it is totally like it's a generational thing. I get that. I don't know. Yeah, I think it's a little different. But wait, Grandmaster Flash streams on Twitch? No fucking way. Really? Hunar, you're surprised how well Taylor Swift is held on? Yeah, especially for the fact that she is recorded as like lip syncing at her concerts these days. Like she's a fucking lip sync artist. You know, like holy shit, dude. I'm so surprised she hasn't been canceled for that yet. Right? Like artists got canceled for that just 20 years ago. Ticket to Ride, White Line Highway. Tell all your friends they can go my way. Ah, dude, yeah. Man. Yeah, Grandmaster Flash is good shit. Holy shit, man. Yeah. I had no idea. The drummer from Placebo. Yeah, notice how no one knows his name? No, is that what you're saying? Is his name Steve Forrest? Yeah, Archaeopteryx, were you not aware that there are clips of her very obviously lip syncing? Like, dude, if you just look at like Reddit, like the all of Reddit, every once in a while you will see people roasting the shit out of her, dude. Dude, what was the one where she's doing like she has like a witch's cowl on and she's like doing some choreography with it and just like, oh my god, what the fuck, dude? People go to like people pay way too much money for that shit? Why? Why? Like, that's the part that always blows my fucking mind. Like, the terrible choreography that some of these pop artists try and get away with. And technically do get away with. Like, Katy Perry. Did you ever see the one where she's, like, fighting with lightsabers? Dude, that one's bad. Like, that one's so bad. It's fucking hilarious to me, actually. Well, they put on such a good show. Do they? Like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Hunar says either an artist fades into the past or becomes the lip-syncing villain. Rap is hard to lip-sync, sure. Wouldn't put it past 50 Cent. Down the wrong pipe. Ugh. Ugh. That's what I get for talking shit about 50 Cent, huh? Ooh. Oh, dude. No, now's not the moment. It's just too hot in this room. Dude, you should have done it over the weekend. Right? 4th of July weekend? Thursday, Friday, or Saturday would have been great. So yeah, hold on. Let's refund those points. I apologize. I just, now's not a good moment for the guitar. It's just too hot right now. Tearing up from coughing like that. So hold on. Any other mods able to refund that, or should I go in and do it? I just had some liquid go down the wrong tube. Did it happen? Did anyone do it? I'll pop it open if I have to. Any confirmation? I think I'm looking in the wrong place. Shit. You did it? Okay. No worries. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, it's over in Mod View. Mod View on mobile was hard to find. Yeah, dude. Yeah, mobile's rough. And yeah, no, I'm sorry, Space Case. I do want to play some guitar for you. It's just, it's warm today. I just don't feel that, like, good right now, It's just, like, it's just too warm. Like, it's 30.1 degrees Celsius in this room, and to me, that's like I'm boiling right now. I know, I know. Oh, it's not that hot. It is when there's no such thing as air conditioning here in Washington. Like 86 in this room is just too hot. I got a fan blowing directly on me, but yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, this is too hot for me. Like, this sucks. It's not, like, insanely hot, right? You know, here in Redmond, it's probably like 80 outside max, maybe even 79 or something. But this room, oh, damn, it's 82 out. This room is easily like 5 degrees hotter just because of all like the equipment that I got in here. The lights, the computers, the camera, like all the bullshit. Like, dude, yeah, this room is way hotter than it should be. Do we get a break from that soon? Wednesday looks like it'll be nice. Thursday looks okay. And then it warms up again. Oh, Hunar. Yeah, I mean, the reason they forced those apps, theoretically, is to get easier access to notifications. But they're blowing it. But also, they get telemetry that they can sell to ad companies. They get all sorts of telemetry they can sell. But yeah, so we should be getting a slight break from the heat here soon. Tomorrow's going to suck, though. Wednesday ends up being chill. Thursday's going to be okay. Then it warms up again. Yeah, so next Wednesday we get way hotter. But yeah, this Wednesday should be good. I like a good rainy day. I really do. And yeah, for anyone that wasn't here earlier in the day, my car. I got my car back. How's my humidity? Oh, I don't know. Humidity here is never really that bad. Current humidity is 35%. Like, for 35%? Like, dude, that's chill. That's so chill. Like, could be better, could be worse, but eh. I'm okay with it. But I got my car back. I am funked. I am fucking pumped. I almost said I'm funked on having my car back. But yeah, so I can drive into Seattle this week. You know. I can drive into Seattle on Sunday for a concert. Yeah, I'm pumped to have my car back. And it's, oh man, it runs like a dream now. Dude, the sound I was hearing while shifting was also tied to whatever bullshit was going on, right? My stereo works again because the ignition wasn't fucking it up. So yeah, the ignition messed up a bunch of shit in my car. I wondered how they could mess up these other things. But no, it was like, yeah, the ignition was causing the starter to not disengage properly. And that might have been part of the grinding sound I was hearing when I shifted. Like, dude, there was so much just due to this, like, bad ignition where someone tried to, like, start it with the dipstick, you know? It's not in perfect condition. I have a different key for driving versus opening my door, but whatever. I've seen worse. All right, so real quick, let me go pee. Let me go pour some more water, and I'll be right back. It's currently 6:30 p.m. I do need to get some work done tonight, but I'm not doing anything too crazy cooking-wise tonight. So, yeah, I can get, like, work done later. No problem. I think for dinner, it'll be a nice, chill, easy dinner. Maybe try and wake up early tomorrow. Get a bike ride in before some meeting shit. But we'll see. Let me go pee. Let me go grab more water, and I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. And man, that game, Mind Over Magic, it's a really good, like, colony simulation game. Like, yeah, really well done. Thank you, Brainless, for turning me onto that if you're out there still. Dude, really, really fun. I really like it, yeah. And I can't remember if you were here when I was talking about it, but I finally figured out how to keep, or how to like, oh, this one person's about to break. Fuck it. They're dancing. They're just dancing and sleeping. Right? So I have this one apprentice that I made an apprentice way too early, I guess. And he is miserable. And he just kept dying. Vacation mode uncovered? Wait, can I send wizards on vacation? Because that would help a lot. Oh, dancing all day. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, totally. All right, so yeah, back to the part we're at. So let's go look at their docs again. We were watching Community, yes, but I was also technically playing the game still. Oh no, it's fine. I'll beat the game and then I'll be good. That's how all those management sims work. Yeah, another 20 hours or so. Game over, right? What else is there? Now I see what you're saying, but I really do feel like I'm at like the precipice. Like I've learned a bunch of the mechanics in the game that now I think we can just stack some stuff. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I do think this is a great game for the next like week or two, but I think after a week or two, I bet I'm done. $20 might be fast even for speed running it. Maybe. I think some of it's just figuring some of the stuff out. But yeah, you're right. Like the amount of like fog that you can unveil, I don't think I've broken even halfway. But I do think some of that stuff ends up happening quicker than you would think. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Whatever. But yeah, so the part that we're at right now is I just want to think about how we want to store these Stripe product IDs. Okay, so yeah, like there's like an entirely like separate like third act of the game or whatever. No, that makes sense. I get it. I get it. So the way this is going to work, at least for now, is that we are going to be duplicating a little bit of data, right? Like the pricing values and some of those things we do need to keep in sync on the various platforms. I feel like a big part of why I'm like taking so long to decide here is that I'm trying to think about like how we would eventually update pricing and Stripe IDs and stuff. And we would probably just sort by a monthly price. So we don't need to store like an order value or anything. And yeah, we currently have the idea of active versus inactive. So at some point, right, if the user is on an inactive plan, it's still like we're going to bill them at what they bought into because I firmly believe in the idea of grandfathering this stuff in. Store the price IDs in an env var. Yeah, and that's probably how I want to do it. But here's the thing: our back end, right? We have create billing tiers, and then we have a seed of those billing tiers, right? So then we'll have this initial seed run, but then once we start updating values, maybe swapping out product IDs or Stripe IDs, etc., what does this start to look like? And technically, yeah, we want to be able to read environment variables from this part, so we can do that. But yeah, like the idea is like once it's in production, we're no longer going to be running this. And then how do we update the values that are in production? Because we are storing this stuff in the database. Because I do still want to eventually, like a user buys into an old plan, we still want to track like what their limits are. You know? Like if we increase their limits, then sure, you're grandfathered in, that's your plan. But if we increase the price of a plan, we still want the people grandfathered into that plan to just keep paying what they're paying. Because I want to respect loyalty in some way. So then, yeah, what we're looking at is eventually I'll need to create like an admin application to modify billing. I don't think I need to change billing stuff until after we've gotten some of this other shit done. Well, no, that's what I'm getting at, though, Scriptor. Like, yes, I could change the IDs. Sure. Once I've changed the IDs, though, I need to update the price value that I show on my front end. Right? So in this part of the app, I need these values showing, right? I mean, we'll allow it, but who are you telling to shut the fuck up? No, like, talking about all this stuff is part of the process. Like, yeah. Thank you for the gifted subs, but like, hey, Ryder, come on. The gifted subs do matter. No, and I really appreciate those. Are you just saying, like, I shouldn't shout them out or anything? Like, I should just keep doing what we're doing? You just wanted to gift that for the sake of gifting? I'm already distracted. Yeah, whatever, man. It's fine. No, these conversations are important about, like, pricing and where we store these values. Your swipe means nothing? As in, like, you swiped the credit card or something? Now I'm getting even more confused. You're distracting me even more. That's fine, A-Rider. What am I sipping on? Nothing special. It's just whiskey and water. I'm back in trying to cut some weight mode, you know? I lost 10 pounds, and then I gained 7 back with the holidays. And when I say holidays, I mean my birthday, continuing on to 4th of July. That's like a solid week-long party. So a lot of the weight that I lost, I put right back on. Oh, no, I get it, A-Rider. And I appreciate it. Thank you, man. Yeah, no. I don't consider this an education stream. Is it possible you learned something? Maybe. But it's not the goal, you know? Hanging out, chilling, enjoying each other's company. That's the value. I still consider this an entertainment stream more than education stream. If you learn something, that's a nice bonus. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine, man. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. You still get credit for it anyway. No, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Let's continue thinking about how we do all this. All right, we'll allow it. Take it easy. Be cool, man. I mean, I'm in Seattle. Portland's basically Seattle and vice versa. I get it. I get it. I'm a little bummed that Chain React isn't going this year. Or at least hasn't been announced yet. I'm a little too out of shape to make a Mount Hood summer trip happen. I could do it. I don't know. Ah, gotcha. So plus 10 years ago. Got it. That makes sense. Yeah, no worries. So Seattle's about 3,000 miles. So yeah, long life. So are you East Coast now? I feel like you mentioned it and I forgot. And again, yeah, I know you didn't want to distract me too much, and I'm okay with it. But I wanted to be distracted. What about that? 90s Portland was wild. Ooh, yeah, I don't know anything about 90s Portland. I know like mid 2000s Portland, and that was a blast too. Like super chill. But yeah, so we're still brainstorming about just like where these values should live. And yeah, if we create like an admin application. Oh, well, we got a bug there, but we'll figure that one out. But if we do that, we should be good. I mean, a writer in general, you should already know. Like, what are you building? Either Python makes sense or C makes sense. Like, they don't overlap at all, in my opinion. But you didn't give us any context, so we don't know. Also, we're not a big fan of the X versus Y stuff. If you can add some context, it's less of an X versus Y. But just generally, nah, it's kind of a bad question. Yeah, that's the answer I give most of the time. I don't like X versus Y stuff. A versus Z, then X versus Y. I mean, without saying the context, no, it is still X versus Y. If you provide a context, then one is probably the obvious winner, and it's not even a good conversation. Without context, it's a meaningless question. All right, so it's system dot something env. So I think fetch env is the one that would fail. What up, Pinoy? How you doing? I live in Redmond, like near Seattle. Still like a 20-minute drive into the city and all that, but you know. Mistyped a header on the request. Ooh, there you go. Project's good. We are setting up billing. And I haven't done billing stuff for a long time. Oscriptor, your question. In the tier table, would I have Stripe price ID and is grandfather price? I am using Stripe, yeah, for sure. I didn't feel like learning something wholly new like Polar, even though I bet Polar is pretty easy to. For the most part, my target market is Stripe users for another project, but we want to support Polar and all the others too, right? But yeah, like we want to go the common case, and currently Stripe is still the common case. Hold on one second. All right. Anyway, so yeah, let's start thinking about some of these. So this is gonna be right. Like, does it even make sense to do this as an env var? Because we're gonna have to update it eventually anyway. The initial seed should be the initial value, right? And then beyond that, it just becomes a database change. I think that's the only way we can do it. So yes, here we will do it. So then what we'll call it is Stripe product ID pre-seed. Right, so, right, startup. Okay, so let me double check this, right? We have our dev.sh script and we do the source.env. We don't need to source the env in production, but we will need to do a... Yeah, so we'll copy a bunch of the BS that's in here, right? What's the name of it? Oh, so yeah, we'll say that is good enough for this script, right? Like it'll source our env file, it'll run our reset so that we can like rebuild things. Let me get more music on. Sorry. Spacing. Look at the baby. Look at the baby. All right, here we go. Ooh, okay, hold on. Yeah. All right. So, am I using Stripe? Yes, I am using Stripe. Yeah. So a bunch of what we're doing is how do we want the Stripe IDs and everything to work? And hold on, let's pull the ice pack out of the beanie. Plot twist. That's how I stay so cool. Ice pockets or ice packets out of the pocket. There we go. That's the word. I may need to go re-up from the freezer, but for now, I think we're okay. All right, so we source those values, right? They will be part of our build. We need to add them to my env file. So let me do that real quick. Come on, what did we name it? Stripe something or other? I gotta find those names again. Stripe, product ID, and the name of the plan. All right, so now I need AI in Nano because I only edit. What up, Palisite Tales? Yeah. I only edit env files with Nano, but I would love for some of this stuff to get auto-completed for me. Oh, that'd be so much better. But yeah, how you doing, Palisite Tales, Mr. Sir? All right, so I need to copy some Stripe keys. Stripe. Secret. Key. I don't know if I need the Stripe publishable key, but you know what? Whatever. Right, like if I'm in here already, why wouldn't I? All right, so now I got to grab some product IDs. And yes, I apologize for the fact that I have to do this, but I definitely have to do this. Oh, shit. Right, we have a monthly and a yearly. I'm not accommodating that in my database table. Product ID, precede monthly. So yeah, sorry I can't show you all of this, but, you know, ENV bars. Okay, so now I can go grab these product IDs. And yeah, this is a big part of like, well, you know what? Should I grab these IDs? Like in a separate way? Right, like, should I at least have a separate ENV file for this shit? That'd be kind of better, right? Want price IDs separate from product IDs? No, because I have these named, like, product-wise. One second there, Code Drift. Yeah, let me just copy some of these IDs over, and then we'll talk about it. You might be like hinting at what Oscryptor was talking about, and then we can totally revisit it. But let me just copy this stuff so I don't have to like stop and start midstream. You know, it's like peeing. Like, dude, it feels like the worst when you stop and start midstream. Unsustainable. So yeah, and yeah, I would say Code Drift, you know way more about this shit than I do. And Oscryptor, you know way more about this shit than I do. So yeah, I'm gonna say you're both probably totally fucking right, and this is my naive point of view kicking in. I just wanted to paste everything I needed there, and we're good. Okay, so now I can show stuff.
Swing, swing.
All right, so as far as products go, I created a plan that is the yearly and a plan that is the monthly. You subscribe to prices, not products? Yeah, I mean, technically, this would still work. But I think you're right. Like, hold on. Do I need to click into pricing tables to see it better? Oh, God. Nope. No, thank you. The biggest thing I want to do is eventually, like, I may want to change the product. Now, the yearly versus monthly, that's a different thing. But the plans may totally change, and I still want to, like, have people godfathered into what they paid for, you know? No, so I want to honor people that got in early and then just kept paying for it, right? So I want to honor, like, yeah, you got in at the $20 for whatever you got tier, and that's it, man. Good to go. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yep. 100%. 1000%. Yeah, so then I would just simply add, like, deprecated or something as a flag for me to look at it later, you know? Yeah, exactly. 100%. I don't want to update someone's, like, billing out from under them. Whatever you buy in at is what you got until you, like, cancel it. right? There's a lot of like loyalty driven by, well, you know what? I bought in early and I probably want to use it again, but I don't want to lose out on this sweet deal I got. Well, that's fine. Yeah, if you just keep paying me, you're good. If you stop paying me, well, yeah, then you got to re-register. Fuck it. Sorry. Deal with it. But there's a little bit of that like FOMO aspect, but also like you want to honor people that buy in, and I don't want to change the price of some existing customer. You had usage-based pricing? Yeah, and keep in mind, that's what I'm doing at my level. So I'm keeping all that stuff in the database. So I'm inserting like billing tiers, right, that have their own like yearly and monthly price. At which point I probably need to have a separate ID for the yearly and monthly ID, right? Which we can do. But the main gist is I want to be able to update this stuff like independently, where I just create a whole new billing tier, give it a priority, and then, you know, set the old one to inactive and it doesn't show in my front end. So it's still like driven by the database rather than like hard coding it in a bunch of places. So based upon my idea for allowing grandfathered plans, does having individual products still make sense? Should I at least be like grouping yearly and monthly together through some kind of like billing unification? That's the part I'm unsure of, right? Could I start grouping yearly and monthly together based on like pricing tiers? And then I just change, you know, maybe the price ID and the plan ID. Or instead, is it just better to, you know, like for a product like this, is it going to matter? I don't think so, right? How many plans do we think we're going to go through for the life cycle of this application before I end up selling it to some other company, right? Private equity, whatever. Or I get acquired, you know? Right? Like how much of this stuff is premature, you know? That's the part that I'm most concerned with. I don't want to like screw myself for later. And Paolo, thank you for that follow. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're not holding to the limit that I set for myself. Whatever. It's just, it's warm. It is a. It's just straight up CM Griffin copium of dealing with the heat. It's not as hot as a lot of people think, but right now it's about like 86 degrees in this room. Outside, it's much more reasonable, but this part of the building gets like the sunshine all day, so it heats up way quicker. would have massively preferred like a shady room. Ooh, that'd be way better. But yeah, I have what is a south-facing set of windows, and they heat the fuck up here in Washington. So yeah, it's like 86 in this room. It's like 81 outside. Tomorrow gets a little warmer. Wednesday cools right off. Now, it is what it is. I just need to, like, gamble a bit with some stock market shit. Make another quick, like, 20K. I know. Right. I could lose a quick 20K, too. But if I could get another 20K, I could do a down payment for basically anywhere now. Like, I'm not fully liquid. But I've probably got, like, I don't know, I want to say maybe 60K that I could just pull out of investments and some other shit at this point. I could do that for like a 10% down payment kind of thing. But even then, now there's like the finder's fee from the realtor. All right. Anyway, let's keep doing what we're doing. I do like the fact that I have more money tied up inside of like 401ks and some of that shit, but I can't touch that stuff for another 20 years. So that money basically doesn't exist. So yeah, what I got to invest is what I got to invest. There's a part of me that really wants to buy a place downtown. Like in Seattle. Just for like the investment value of it. But I feel like land hasn't, like, you know, the economy hasn't hit some people yet. I think it will pretty quick. If I didn't care about being so close to Seattle, I could find some cheaper shit for sure. I just really like Seattle. Would I prefer to become a Canadian? If I thought companies would pay me for it. Like, if I didn't think my entire salary would be cut in half because of it. All right, so what we're seeing here is we need to kill the database. Roll back everything. And we're going to have to change up what a billing tier actually means. And yeah, again, code drift. Do you see like any like major problems with how I'm doing this so far? Right? If I just maintain the product IDs separately, the price needs to be synced with them, but like that's something I can just update database wise as if I was updating a product ID, so that's fine. Okay, no, like that's not a sadly no. That's a hey, that's fucking awesome. I figured it out immediately. Oscriptor, that's literally what I just did. Yeah, so code drift, like, I'm okay with separately maintaining these things if I need to. Because I don't want to, like, I don't want to tie myself too directly to one platform. Like, if I wanted to adopt Polar as another option, it would just be another set of IDs, you know? Ah, so code drift. Ooh, man, I think what I'm building with Walter would help you solve your limits table, like, totally. Like, I'm building this product specifically so I can dog food Walter. And maybe you haven't seen Walter. Maybe you did originally, right? Yeah, so Walter would solve a bunch of your problems. God, that sounds so good. Thank you so much. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. Because I don't want to abstract out other platforms, right? Like, I want Walter to be so, like, platform agnostic as far as, like, where you do your billing. I want to be able to handle Stripe, Steam, Apple, Google, whatever, right? Like, I don't care where the money goes. I just need to track your limits for you, right? And I can guarantee you some uptime for that. Theoretically. Like, it's all going to be AWS based. Slab plus overage. So when you say slab plus overage, you mean like, yeah, you get 10,000 hours a month of computation time, and then you go over that and we bill you for it. Oh, yeah. So this would just be about tracking those values, right? You could track those values separately. And then it's just a matter of calculating that and invoicing or sending a bill, right? Is that right or wrong? Like, do I understand that problem right? Like, Code Drift, you're actually, dude, you are my target customer. You're my absolute target customer here. Game devs might be more so because they're less web app devs, right? So tracking values in a database becomes way more effort. Okay, cool. Yes, thank you for the validation. Right, like, because there's this one company, Autumn. I'm sure you've heard them, right? Because they're a Y Combinator company, right? Whatever, right? Like, get Autumn. Oh god. Yeah, this company. Yeah. Well, not what I want. I just wanted to close this. Get out of my face. Get the funk out of my face. Here we go. See it. Wait. No, not that Get Autumn. God damn it. The other Get Autumn. Is it getautumn.ai? I think it's Get Autumn AI. Use Autumn, not Get Autumn. Dude, that's why their domain name fucking sucks. That's why their product name fucking sucks, dude. Did they even try with another name? This company. So this company I consider my closest actual competitor, but they're like fundamentally tied to Stripe. Like they are specifically a Stripe like integration, you know? And I don't want that, right? I want people to be able to move from wherever they want. Yeah, like these guys do like a billing thing, right? Like you can set up a billing tier. I didn't even want to do tiers yet within Walter. But it does seem like these guys are trying to solve that problem, but they're very like Stripe focused. I'm not sure if you're aware of this company, Code Drift. I'd love to know, like, are they actually solving a bit of the problem that you're aware of, even though they are strictly tied to Stripe? Yeah, it's just a wrapper. Okay. Yep. Just making sure. Just double checking. Trying to understand. I like seeing their billing tiers. That helps make me realize what Walter is actually worth. Yeah, like Dynamo and Stripe. Yay, right? Is there value to that? I think by strictly tying themselves to Stripe is a problem. You think their billing tier is based on MRR? Well, I mean, that's the nice part because they know, right? They can look at all your data and see exactly what your MRR is. Whereas I would never be able to do that. You could cheese my system. So I'd have to measure my system by requests. And that's the only way I can do it with Walter, right? Maybe like monthly active users. I know, right? Like the moment you're above 10K, you're paying 400 a month. Like, dude, you're paying 8x the cost for just barely going above the fucking 10K mark. Dude, that's fucking bullshit. Yeah, I don't know. I think Autumn is in the same space as Walter, but I think Walter solves the problem in a more agnostic and broadly applicable way that I think it has value. Will I be applying to Y Combinator? Eventually. At some point. I would like to own some place that I can put my shit. And then if I get accepted to Y Combinator, I'll go just rent a place for 3 months. You think Autumn over complicates things? Complexifies. Complicate versus complexify. I like your word better. Who cares if it's a real word? I like your word better. Did we complicate things? No, we just complexified them. I like your word better. Your word's way better. It's just more fun to say. So yeah, the Stripe fees would still apply. And because it's built on top of Stripe billing, right, they are forever beholden to it. Now, would that be like instead, and I don't know if I have APIs for this yet, would you want me to call you with a webhook? Or would you prefer just like pull for a billing period? Right? Like, hey, Walter, over this period, what was their usage? Right? So like you just like do a fetch versus like me doing a push, right? Like the pull versus push mechanism. Would you actually prefer a push or is a pull just fine? Right? Like you're going to be running your billing anyway, right? If it was pull, I'd send you a message for every user, Are you going to handle that? Okay, so whether it's push versus pull doesn't matter as much to you. Okay. Yeah, so if I were to expose an API where you could just query that, and then your billing mechanism, where whatever that billing mechanism is, could do it, right? Like usage-based, quota-based. Okay. Dude, thank you so much for this conversation, man. Like, I owe you a beer. Or whiskey, or whatever. Next time I'm in town. I'm going to be in town for Get Merge, actually. Like, you're in the area, right? You weren't just visiting? I'll be in town for Get Merged September 29th and 30th. We should make a point to hang out, for sure. So you're SF based? Yeah, I'll just book a flight and hotel like a day or two early. I don't think the company will be minding too much. Just for me to like acclimate and like blah, blah, blah. Yeah, dude. Yeah, we should hang out. Okay. Yeah. It's hard to do that billing event. I'm so curious why it's hard to do that billing event. And yeah, we can chat more about this. I would say by September, I want to be focusing more on Walter anyway, right? Like, Messijo is just a reason to use Walter. That is specifically the reason I chose this as a project. And the more I think about it, the more I really like this project. But like, I wouldn't have started it without a reason. And that reason is feeling really good these days. I think Messijo itself could make a little bit of money. I think Walter could actually make a bunch of money. But yeah, I will be in town these days. Bare minimum, I probably want to try and get there like a day or two early. The slab subscription and the overage subscription has two prices with their own subscription rules. Ooh. Okay. I get what you're saying. So for Stripe, that's a Stripe headache. Yeah, no, I get that. But instead, like, is it okay to send an invoice to people? Or do you just want to, like, bill what they have on hand? Because I think the billing what they have on hand is trickier a little bit, maybe? But if we just send an invoice and either they pay or they don't, you usually just bill their CC on file. Okay, so that is like a trickier bit. That's something that you would have to wire up because Walter doesn't concern itself with your CC on file. Does that make it like less of a good use case? And if you say yes, that's fine. I'm okay. Right? Like it requires a bunch of extra steps on the client side of things. I think in general, though, with Stripe, you can still just say, like, this is your payment method on file. You have authorized us to bill you for a thing. Here's your bill. There you go. I think the nice part about Walter is I don't directly tie to Stripe or any of that. So then it's on you for if you're doing that stuff in like an ethical way. If someone does a chargeback, it's your account that deals with it. Like, I feel like I'd be really messing up by trying to like proxy those types of interactions. So a little bit, but mostly because you're back to using Stripe then anyway. But is it less of a Stripe hassle, right? So you're still using Stripe or whatever provider for the registration of the payment method, right? The payment method. But yes, you're still using Stripe, but you could move to something else and you don't change anything about how we do the process of measuring usage, right? So then it frees you up to switch from Stripe like willy-nilly, super easy. It just becomes a platform to record payment methods. At which point, Stripe, Polar, Paddle, whatever would actually be sufficient. PayPal even. By freeing that up, does it mean that, like, does giving you these extra options of like switching from Stripe to Polar in an easier way, does that make a lot of value? Stripe, like Square, whatever. Like, all we're talking about is I don't ever want Walter to manage payment methods. That's actually like way outside of the scope. Could it eventually? Sure, but dude, no. I think realistically, Walter would be just the quota and overage management and the APIs to work with that stuff and the SDKs that make that easy to work with. Does it become like a glorified lemon squeezy but more agnostic? Maybe. I think that actually ends up being really valuable. Like, right? Lemon squeezy got bought for like $1 billion, didn't it? If anything, I'm looking at PayPal to acquire me as part of like the exit strategy for Walter, specifically for Walter. Dude, a PayPal acquisition would be the dream. Because I don't think they have anything that solves this problem in that way. I think Polar is trying to solve this problem internally. I think Stripe already has things that they fucked up with that try to solve this problem but suck. I don't think Steam... Well, Steam has to have some mechanism for it. But if you want to release your game to Steam and Itch or some other game platform, how do you do the microtransactions that way? I don't know. Right? Like, we could even target like console developers, right? Xbox and fucking PlayStation. Yeah, you paid your money for the thing, but like the usage. You'd like to be told it's time to build them. Right. Okay. So that's where I see like the secondary version of Walter being valuable. Where it's like, yeah, you bought X amount of credits and you just deduct from those credits as a balance. You can top up the balance whenever you want, and we just notify the user when their balance is getting low. That's what I'm wondering, Code Drift, right? Could you instead just do like a DigitalOcean balance system? Now, you'd be leaving money on the table technically. Yeah, one flaw with the credit system. I'm open, like, yeah, ears please. I'm really curious. What is the flaw you see with that? If you have to call me to deduct, it slows your app down. Yeah. So, would it be better, hold on, if you didn't wait for that message and you instead, like, you could opt into like a transactional API versus a Stripe style API? All right, so it moves the rate limit to me, right? Whereas, like, yeah, you try and, like, use the thing, and I respond with a value. Right? But you don't want to, like, await that request over the internet and all that. Sure, I get that. I think at some point you do have to allow some amount of overage. Right? Like, basically just consider DigitalOcean. Have you ever used DigitalOcean? They'll actually let me overdraft a bit until some threshold where they're like, you know what, you're not worth our time, and, right, you're overdraft, like, you haven't paid us, we're cutting you off. I thought that was the common case, right? Like, yeah, if you go over and you don't have the credits, well, is there a threshold? And, like, Walter has a threshold of how much overage you want to allow before we start denying requests, right? But could you decide if we... Like, you don't have to await our response. We'd also just send a webhook when someone is over, right? So then you're not awaiting. So I think that's the big thing, code drift. Like, how, like, in that case, you have to allow some amount of overage, right? I fail to see how you couldn't allow some amount of overage without having to wait for me. So if you don't want to wait for me, you allow some threshold of overage. No, and, like, 100%, like, I get it, code drift. Like, you're hitting on the whole point. Like, we have a threshold of how much overage do we want to allow before we deny usage. But you don't have to wait and listen for the response. You can just send the request. Request is sent. Fucking deal with it, right? I don't care, right? Make sure the request is actually sent, but you don't care about the response, and then I just send you a webhook like, hey, this user is over. Fix it in your database. Make sure that they can't do this stuff on your end so that you're not having to go out to me. No, and I get that, code drift. I don't think that's a problem I can solve yet. I don't think that's a problem I can solve. Like, no matter what, if you're treating some third-party source as truth, you have to deal with the latency of either you wait for the response or you allow some amount of overage. I think you have to allow some amount of overage. I don't know. Like, yeah, that part's way trickier. I'm not sure. That part is way trickier. Right? When we think about the game perspective, they can just wait on the response. For your service, yeah, no, I think you're right. Like, you don't want to wait on the round trip to the internet to come back, right? Ooh, so Luke, no matter what, if you do, like, a credit balance thing, no matter what, you still have to, like, wait on the API to respond with whether they have enough balance. So it's still the same problem. You're either waiting for the request response cycle, or you're allowing an overdraft, and we are just sending a webhook response later, like how Stripe does the validation of your payment request, right? I don't think you can avoid the, right? If you just want to, like, have a better user experience and things load quicker and your application doesn't have to wait on the third-party API, you have to do the webhook thing. I don't think there's any way around the webhook thing. We can chat about this more, though, Code Drift, in just a few months. For sure, man. I'm actually really looking forward to it. Dude, this will be cool. Yeah, and hopefully I'm working on that project at that time. For the moment, we're still working on Messijo. I guess if we want to keep it topical, what keywords would you look for and listen for on social media to respond to messages and maybe shill your product or whatever, right? If we wanted to really focus on Messijo, and I wanted to like give you a free startup plan, how would you use it? Like, dude, I'd give you the fucking unicorn plan. Like, I don't give a shit. You'd probably want an email summary up until it's unreasonable. Yeah, that's the batching, for sure. Yeah. We do the batching thing, and you could set a timeout of 24 hours. Totally. Like, how quickly would you want to know about it? And you could set that timer. 100%. Yeah, you could set that timer. Do you want to know 4 hours after the first message within like a block of people talking about it? Yeah, that's the batch. We can send that batch. Yep, 100%. Yeah, for sure. But like you can make it a daily thing. What you're getting at is maybe being able to schedule when that is. I think scheduling we could do later. But you could also set like even a daily snapshot is enough. No, and I get that, but like scheduling would be good because that would be the daily snapshot, right? Like when do you want that daily snapshot? I think that is post MVP, but also a valid use case, right? Can I just get a message at 8 a.m. every day about all the messages in the past 24 hours? No, and I get that code drift. It's more like someone mentioned your product. How long do you want to wait to be notified about it? Right? And you could set that. Is an 8-hour buffer totally fine? Cool, go for it. Yeah, no big deal. 24 hours. We can let you know. That's fine. But we won't send you anything unless something has happened within the last 24 hours, right? That may be a tougher problem to solve. And yeah, no, like, I'm not trying to naysay your opinion here. I'm just trying to think about it. Like, how could I build this for your use case? So I'll tell you this. I will give you a free account. Unicorn plan, because fuck it. Streamer friends. And I'd be really curious about like how you use it and your feedback. Yeah, so I agree. Like, as a founder, it's too much shit. But, like, no, what about a social media manager who, like, it's their actual job? You know? Yeah, so you don't have a social media person. I think our company does. And yeah, if you just want it in an email, like, you know, yeah, we could solve your problem. I think eventually the core target market is going to be people who want webhooks and Slack, right? And we got to add Slack to these lists as well, right? I would say Slack is part of pre-seed. We should totally do that. I would say SMS we got to remove out, and then webhooks are like a separate thing. And we should totally fine tune this to what it's actually doing because we don't have webhooks yet. So this is where, yeah, we got to fine tune what we're actually billing for versus what we actually offer. But let me go pee. And again, dude, Code Drift, you're the man. Thank you so much for like for being part of that like product market fit discussion, you know? Like with what I've got so far, I wouldn't say I'm a 100% product market fit. But I think there's somewhere where I'm like, I'm not zero. Like, where do you think I fit within using my product with Messijo, not Walter, is a no-brainer? Like, what do you like? Where do you think I'm at with figuring out the product market fit? Because I'm not a startup person. I'm just guessing at all this shit. I read enough online. I think that makes me an expert. But hold on. Let me go pee. I'll be right back. You're not a startup founder either. You just play one for investors. Touche. Now I get it. I still think you're better at it than I am. But I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your honesty with that. And yeah, we're all figuring it out. You know? I think that's the biggest thing to recognize. All the startups in the world, everyone's just figuring it out. Nobody actually knows. Not all the startups, but the majority of startups in the world. No, the founders are just, they're figuring it out. If they've already figured it out, that's a totally different kind of business. Fake it till you make it. They hate us because they ain't us. Yeah, totally. God, it's just so warm. Like, whiskey just makes the most sense right now, temperature-wise. Oh my God. It's just too hot, man. Who all do I know here from the Seattle area, though? If you are in the Seattle area, or you're going to be in town for Seattle JS, there is the Ascend VC Founders Bash. Not Ascend VS, Ascend VC. Here we go. Yeah. Foundersbash.com. You're so close to a startup idea, you can feel it. There you go. Fuck yeah, man. Yeah, dude, Ascend VC is really good. Not just the venture capital company, but like this event they put on is just so cool, man. If you're going to be in the area, you should definitely sign up because tickets do get sold out. But yeah, no, it's like a really cool venue. There are some people that go there that suck, you know, because that's just how that stuff works. But this is a really solid firm, and it's hosted by Seattle venture capital firm Ascend VC. So Seattle Startup Toolkit, and I should look at all this shit. I'm questioning why this is a GIF right there, or just an image, but whatever. And yeah, Krasner, Mr. Sir. Yeah, we're setting up billing right now, and I'm dragging my feet in doing so because I don't necessarily want to make too many like decisions today about it. And we're at 8 p.m., so, you know. Yeah, we got a bunch of work done today. We started the billing stuff. And now we're just kind of chatting. So I need to read all of this shit. Ten VC blogs I should read. Both sides of the table, Feld thoughts. Okay. This is actually really good. Dude, Paul Graham's essays are so good. Right? Dude, they're like 9 out of 10 amazing fucking essays. Whether you like the dude or not. The shit he says 9 out of 10 times, a lot of value. All right, so yeah, realistically, I would be applying to Ascend VC at some point. Just cuz. Hold on, what do they got? They have a job board? Barely. Yeah, no worries, Code Drift. I will probably be over on gaming here in a bit. We'll be playing some games, maybe doing some work. I'm going to eat a very light meal, which is going to be some yogurt and chia seeds and salad greens, and maybe use up the bacon I got. Because I hate the idea of bacon going bad. So yeah, we're looking at like an 800 calorie meal. Which I kind of need. Where you can learn React and Elixir. So, I mean, Tommy, those two things are fundamentally completely separate, in my opinion. Learning React is just learning how to build a React single-page application. Do that. Do it any way you want. For Elixir, Elixir is, in my use case, a backend language. I just use it to build the REST API and communicate with the database. I fundamentally hate, and I don't use the word hate lightly, I fundamentally hate the idea of my backend REST API rendering templates. That is a broken fucking pattern, in my opinion. You build a canonical API that does its thing, that just spits out data and modifies data in the database, and then you build a front end that consumes that. As long as you maintain that separation of concerns, you're good to go. Learn those two things in a silo. I mean, we knew what you meant. Just because you said griffins instead of griffing, we knew what you meant. But just pointing that out, like, maintain that separation of front end and back end. If you can do that, you're well on track. In general, you don't need server-side rendering, so you don't need Next.js. The moment you realize you do need server-side rendering, then yes, use Next.js, but still keep abstracting out the REST API. And that becomes a backend for front end, which is pioneered by Netflix for the level of scale that they deal with. If you want to do things another way, you're more than welcome to, but I will not endorse it, and I have zero ways of learning that. So what I love is that there's some of these smaller job boards that are not the same as some of the bigger ones, like Indeed, etc. And when you say TSRPC, you mean TRPC versus GraphQL. The big thing to recognize there, Lithium, is that they have totally separate concerns, right? Like, TRPC only matters if your front end and back end are both TypeScript. Right? If your back end isn't TypeScript, TRPC is not the move. Nah, it's actually the worst case. I would say GraphQL is not even necessarily the right move either. But bare minimum, if your back end isn't TypeScript, you shouldn't be using TRPC. There might be adapters, but it's not part of the core, and it will diverge in a way that makes you regret things. So is your backend actually TypeScript, Lithium? That might make your decision for you, right? Totally. Beyond that, I would then start to question, well, how much do you need your back end to care about how your front end renders it? So you're talking about future projects. Yeah, it's not worth making a decision about that until you hit that point. I would point out one big thing about GraphQL in general. At some point, you will hit diminishing returns of CPU performance with GraphQL, especially due to the leaf node n+1 query bullshit. Right? GraphQL is prone to n+1 queries, right? As the leaf nodes resolve each other and then resolve their dependencies. eventually you will hit a thing where, like, you know what? I can't grab this data via GraphQL, and I'm going to have to create just like an ad hoc RPC endpoint anyway. I'm not saying TRPC, I'm just saying RPC, right? You make a request, you get some response. GraphQL should not actually be your end-all be-all, everything happens through it. It should be for your common data, right? Your common case, at which point you're good. But if you put everything through GraphQL, you're probably fucking up. I've talked to too many people that have used GraphQL as their only connection between the front end and back end. And every single person has brought up, well, like, what about these like bad queries, like these bad like leaf nodes in the schema and all that? And I was like, what stops you from just launching up an RPC endpoint for it? And I like, dude, at least 2 people I've talked to about this, right? Like, it's weird that it happened twice. It's not that common, but it's weird that it happened twice. It's like I saw their eyes light up like, oh my God, you know what? Yeah, I could just expose a single endpoint that does this one thing better. Why didn't I think of that? I don't know, man. That seems like the obvious answer. Like, dude, why are you spending dozens of engineering hours trying to make GraphQL fit a problem that it's not suited for, when instead you could just have one RPC endpoint for that one thing that's bogging down your entire GraphQL endpoint? Because in general, think about it, GraphQL it's a single-threaded like server that you run. Right? In like the naive implementation, a GraphQL server is a single-threaded Node.js server. So every single thing that is CPU bound bogs down that server, doesn't it? Yeah, one extra thing you request that blows your query up because of like the extra complexity it adds to like the n+1 query problem, right? So yeah, Lithium, I totally get that. I've never worked at Meta. I'm still aware of this problem though, and I feel really glad that my research taught me that, because I've never used GraphQL in production for anything. Because I think it's something you should reach for later, not first. Build a proper canonical REST API first, and then build a GraphQL layer on top of it. If you really, really, really need to do tree shaking and things like that. Keep in mind, I have never had to deal with these problems at a level of scale that people at Facebook and other companies have had to deal with. I've just read their blog posts. So I lack a lot of context. I do benefit from the fact that I love reading a technical blog post. I love that shit. Oh, that shit's amazing. Oh my God. If you enjoy reading a technical blog post about some bottleneck some other company had, dude, do you realize you're already in like the top 1 to 5% of devs that exist? Because you actually give a shit. You can actually just give a shit. And it makes you basically a 10x engineer. So I get that, Lithium, but I still push back, right? For prototyping, sure. But you know what? You still had to build out all of the data fetching mechanisms and expose them as leaf nodes within the GraphQL. I still think you're better off building a proper canonical REST API and then just let GraphQL aggregate that. I think you're better off with that. Then the front end can move as fast as they want. Your back end can still like have a rigid structure. You're thinking of full product. I think same answer. You're thinking full product, you need a canonical REST API. because you're going to be hitting that canonical REST API from other sources, right? As you're building a full product, you're going to have, daemons. You're going to have random like cron jobs and other things that just need to hit the thing and do the thing. Do you want them to have to like load up and care about GraphQL? Or could they just make a request? Right? Could they just make a single fucking post request? Or GET or whatever, right? I think GraphQL is premature optimization for the front end. If you're building a full product, right? Not just prototyping, full product, you need a canonical API. Like, you're not going to get around it. There's no way. Sorry, you need a canonical API. GraphQL backends. Like, in general, the GraphQL backends are still just, like, the best case of GraphQL is as an aggregator, not the source of truth, right? If you allow GraphQL endpoints to just be aggregators of certain parts of the schema that makes up your canonical REST API, you've got so much room to, like, pivot and change. But if you build GraphQL first, you're, like, stuck, you know? And keep in mind, I can be wrong, but I chat with people who use these things and I care about their response to these questions and, like, my favorite part of going to meetups is having these conversations with devs. And almost all of these conversations I've had, GraphQL was not the 100% solution. There you go. Yeah. So, dude, just because I'm not the expert doesn't mean we can't chat about it. I make a really good rubber duck. I'm like a knowledgeable or half knowledgeable rubber duck. I'm stoked that you would even ask me. Like, dude, I know you didn't need my answer. Yeah, exactly. I agree. But, like, I know you didn't need my answer because you are actually, like, way more senior than I've ever been at a company. But I talk with enough other devs here on stream and at meetups that, I might have something to offer you. And can I just point out, I know for a fact you are, like, way further in your career as a dev than I ever got. Now I'm a developer advocate, so, like, you're way further than that. But, yeah, just saying, man, like, the fact that you still ask these questions and I feel like I offer some value, I feel like I'm further in my career than I thought, but not far enough along to give a shit about learning leak code. I will happily fuck up Fibonacci on a whiteboard every single chance I get because I don't want to work for a company that makes me do that shit anyway. Microsoft, I'm looking at you. No, and I love that. Thank you, Lithium. Like, I just want to point out, like, that's something that a lot of people getting started in the industry think, right? Like, oh, you're more senior, so obviously you're better and smarter than me, so, like, I should listen. I benefited from having seniors at companies I worked at be fucking clueless. So, like, no, I won't listen to them. I'll form my own opinions, thank you. Which all of a sudden makes you senior-ish, as long as you're right about your opinions. But yeah, like I've only ever been front end. I've never done, like I've done full stack work, but never gotten credit. So it'd be like way harder for me to break into back end, even though I feel like I'm capable. And that part kind of sucks. That's a little bit of a bummer. But no, I appreciate that about you. Is that what I appreciates about you? Simmer down there, Squirrely Dan. But no, I get it, Lithium. Yeah, dude. I hope you make it out to TwitchCon this year. Because then I can at least put a face to the name. But if not, no worries. I get it. Last year might have been special. Shit. Hold on. Wait. What the fuck, dude? No way. Hold on. Algora. Dude, Algora is amazing. Yeah, this is exactly the company I thought it was. Interesting. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood. Someone just reached out to me that I'm in the top 1% of US TypeScript devs. I don't know what that actually means, but I love it. Fuck yeah, dude. I don't know how they actually found this number. Which is questionable, but you know what? Well, thanks there, CTO of Algora. Shit. I feel like we've chatted. But okay. Alright. Whatever. He's not wrong. I know I could make more than what I make right now if I just went back to engineering. My job wouldn't be nearly as chill, though. And yeah, I'm just saying, real quick, though, if you're out there and you're looking for some, like, open source, like, dev, dude, Algora is so fucking cool. I'm a big fan of these guys. I know the other dude more, like the CEO guy. I know him a bit better. He's fucking awesome. The CTO guy, I'm pretty sure he's actually watched the stream before. But, yeah, dude, Algora is really good, man. Like, dude, the bounties. Let me just put it this way. Are you looking to get hired at a company? Do you think any of the things in the bounties list here are things you could do? You solve a couple tickets for these companies, especially the bigger ones, especially if you're in like a lower paid market. Dude, $3,500, 25 hundo for doing some of these things. I don't know if they're actually a good deal, right? Incorporate MCP server into Golem CLI. That actually seems kind of simple. All right, we see some people that have maybe tried to solve this, but for yet, like, just saying. If you're a dev trying to get into the industry and you feel like you know what you're doing, right? Do you want to scale to like JavaScript specifically? Sure, there's stuff you can do. This one is not JavaScript, but yeah, like some of this other shit, like $750, 75 hundo. Right? Like some of these are big, and if you do it well and you do it right, you could actually get hired at these companies. You know? That's fucking huge. So yeah, I may not be looking for something. I don't know. I haven't decided. Algora CTO that reached out. If you're watching, wink. But I would happily still promote Algora. Algora is fucking awesome. This company is great. The people behind it are super fucking cool, man. And then, yeah, open positions at startups, right? And they're pivoting to being like a, we can place you at these companies kind of person. Okay, well, hold on. The fact that you could apply to a job with GitHub is actually kind of interesting. Oh. Well, I didn't mean to do that. I thought it was gonna show me something. Can I unapply? Oh, I can't. All right. Whoops. Dude, that was fucking instant, man. Are you kidding me? Shit, dude. I feel bad. But dude, this dude's so fucking cool. Yeah. Dude, this dude's so cool. I'm a big fan of Algora. So, take what I say with a grain of salt. I think Algora is a fantastic fucking platform. Yes, I didn't mean it. I just clicked a button hoping to see something else. Fuck. Like, I didn't mean to mislead someone. Shit. Oh, I like the name Trace Machina, though. Full-time Scala dev. All right. So anyway, I want to keep shouting them out because I really like the company. I think these guys are really cool. I think they're really fucking cool. Whether I reply to the email I just got, I don't know. I saw the notification. I should reply at least to like let them know. Oh shit, they even have a profile. Hold on. This is different. This is new. Interesting. Interesting. Minimum annual compensation. I'm going to say, nah, I'm big league. I'm going to fill out their thing just because I like this company. Hold on. What's my fucking link? All right, so here we go. LinkedIn, copy link address. $100 million. Now, like, I like these guys, so I'm going to do, like, all the things. I'm going to do all the things. Do I have friends or past colleagues open to new roles? All right, who wants to be included? Who's looking for a role right now? All right, what's your GitHub handle? Are you stoked on your GitHub handle? I mean, just say your fucking GitHub handle. Like, dude, it's not like it's the biggest fucking thing. Like, dude, just say your GitHub. All right, Russ Palms. I can see that part. Up to 5. All right, and then hold on. Oh wait, I gotta list my hobbies. Oh shit. Yeah, anyone else want to get added? Like, come on. I would especially appreciate people that think they might actually be able to get a job, because that 5K sounds amazing. But I'm not worried about it. Like, come on. Anyone, give me 5. Come on, you got 5 on it. I got 5 on it. Who else should I put down as my recommended GitHub handles? Keep in mind that this might open you up to emails. But if it gets you a job, I mean, what do you got to lose? My fearless feedback would be, I think this needs to be like a pill input, right? Like when you do a thing, it creates a thing that like you could just like delete or whatever. Ooh, and now I'm super curious. Shit there, Russell, Mr. Sir, R. Palm Pinoy. Can I just point out, like, I recognize exactly what Pinoy means? Oh, GutHub. Oh, you actually typed GutHub. Come on, man. You trying to shill yourself? At least use the right thing. I hope you're okay with that. You pasted the link, so, like, come on. That's a cool photo, though, man. And, dude, this is really nice already, man. Dude, you kill it. Fuck yeah, man. Dude. No, you're fine. Dude, it's so fine. Come on, man. It's like I'm drinking whiskey or something. I don't get it. Thank you for sharing that. Like, if you're the only person that wants to be in on the recommendations, well, fuck it. I guess you're the only one until someone else says they want to be in there. Going once. Going twice. Yeah, I'm curious. Hold on. Let's look at some numbers. Wait, do you literally have 4.4 thousand repositories? Do you just fork everything you see? I see. Okay. I get it. All right, hold on. There we go. 61. That makes more sense. I mean, you should at least try and spoon before you fork. You know? I mean, technically, the right path is like spoon after you fork. But, you know, not everyone is as permissive with a fork. You know? Like, no forking way. No, and I actually, like, I really appreciate that. Like, yeah, if we want to go find, like, the ancient version of someone's repo, I bet Russ has it, man. I bet you got it. Dude, it seems to me like you work on a lot of side projects too, though. That's fucking cool, man. Yeah, dude. No, you're good. I am happy to list you. Anyone else want to be listed before I just click the button? Like, dude, I'm tired of, like, waiting. I don't give a shit. I'll just click the button. All right? One of AI Capone's repos in there. Yeah, totally. All right. Going once. Going twice. Going 3 times. A 1, a 2, a 3. A 3. This is my profile on algora.io. And the people I recommend to be hired at various things. Do you want to get recommended? Too bad. I don't know. If you want me to add you, you can, but... Dude, I'm tired of it already. I already asked, like, way too much. Ooh, I'm sorry you blew it. No, hold on, real quick. What's your GitHub handle? All right. You're probably lucky fucking 2. Because no single other person opted in. Can we just recognize, like, holy shit, dude. How the fuck am I the top 1% TypeScript engineers in the US? There's no fucking way, dude. Like, come on, man. Like, some of this shit, like, really? I don't know, man. Like, some of these things in my profile don't make any fucking sense. Active on weekends. Ooh, is that something people hire for? I think I need to pump up these commits per day numbers, right? Obviously. I need to make way smaller commits for my side projects. Duh. I'm so curious about this whole thing. But, you know what? Yeah, fuck it. No, Algora is fucking awesome. Y'all should register and, yeah. Let them find some jobs for you, man. What do you have to lose? Dude, just go sign up at Algora, dude. Create a fucking account. What's stopping you? Am I getting paid for this this shilling and endorsement? Nope. This is just shilling for the sake of shilling, because I like the people that make the product. They have paid me. Keep in mind, the Algora people did pay me for using their streaming platform at some point. Like, come on. I'm not totally innocent. I have a vested interest, and vested literally, like they paid me. The money is in my bank account. Like, they're not getting it back. They paid me for streaming to their platform and talking about it and all that bullshit. Yeah, like, no, seriously. What's stopping you? Create an account over on Algora. I have made money in the past from them, so this is not a totally sponsorless recommendation. Oh, that was spicy. Oh. All right, so yes, I've had too many whiskeys today. Dude, the Mondays just become Mondays. I'm gonna eat some yogurt with a bunch of chia seeds in it, and then a bunch of like lettuce greens, like salad greens. I need to buy a bunch of like Granny Smith apples. Yeah, as part of just like, hey, you know, for dinner, should I at least consume something with fiber? Yeah, Granny Smith apple. Bam, nailed it. Yeah, Mondays are days I overdo it. I should take them easier, but you know what? Fuck it. So yeah, anyway, Algora, thank you for the email. Appreciate y'all. The fact that I'm in the top 1% of TypeScript devs here in the US, am I though? I don't know. I think they're blowing smoke up my ass. I think they really are. Right? Kaiser Soze style. And Sergeant Pepper, you're saying like you had no idea they helped with job search. You'd only heard of them from my stream and streaming on there. Right? We'll have to look again once you are on the job hunt soon. I mean, yeah, Sergeant Pepper, do it. I think this is just another way that they're pivoting their business. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. In fact, I wish them all the luck in the world. I hope they land a really nice job board. I hope they fucking nail it. Like, dude, I like all of these guys. Like, the people from Algora are super cool. I will support them for a long time. Even if they never pay me again. I did collect some money. But even if I didn't make any more, there's still a big thumbs up. All right, so, man, we are late enough into stream. Let me just get something random going. Oh, YouTube tried to recommend Liam Gallagher. Oh, Lame Gallagher. No, thank you. But could we let the drummer kick? Let the drummer kick that? All right, so yeah, we're wrapping up soon. The main goal, like, dude, it's 9 p.m. where I'm at. I maybe want to get some work done. Maybe I just play a bunch of games tonight. I at least need to, like, make a meal. That meal's going to be yogurt and chia seeds. And then salad shit. Griffing and the School. Yeah, we're going to play that over on Gaming Stream for sure. Let's double check. Yes, so what we end up doing is we modify the table. We do a Stripe yearly, Stripe monthly product ID. And that's a value we need to actually fill in. All right, monthly, yearly, hourly, etc. I think we're good. All right, that song's good, but let's just get something else. Come on. 2 Lanes live performance piano set? I don't know, let's give it a shot. Fuck it. YouTube thought we should listen. Productive time? Tomato. Hold on, should I just, like, decline? I'll just click decline. Oh, I see it now. Yeah. I'll, you know. I think we're good. Yeah, thank you for muting and chilling and hanging out. Let me do this real quick. The button is so close to the mute button. What you should maybe do is instead of muting at the Twitch level, mute at the tab level. Just throwing that one out there. You can do whatever you want. But let me at least shout out productive time. And should we shout out your gaming stream too? If you want, let me know. This is on your playlist. Oh, really? I've never heard this before. No, this is Two Lanes live performance piano set. Never heard it before in my life. And yeah, no worries, productive time. Honestly, I may shout out, like, if y'all really enjoy some shooty bang bang games. Oh God, is that it? It's A Natasha. Okay, it's just with the EH. I was wondering, like, how many H's are there? But I have to wait a minute before doing another, like, proper shout out. Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, exactly. And then, real quick, hey, Natasha. Sorry, productive time. We do have a giveaway going away if you're anywhere near or, like, could show up, right? Yes or no? Just saying, there is a giveaway for a free ticket to Cascadia JS here in Seattle. That goes for everyone from your channel. If you want to share it out to other people, like, I don't mind. Copy that link. I don't mind. But this has to only be people that would feasibly show up because you can't sell the ticket. Other side of North America. I understand that and I get it, but you know what? It's probably just a train ticket or something, right? How much does a plane fucking cost? Like $20? How much could a banana cost? $20? All right, this song is way too fucking chill. Sorry, we're skipping. No, and I get it. Way too expensive. Totally fine. Just throwing it out there. If you got people in your chat that might benefit, just throwing it out there. Yeah, I want that unts. Not quite the same, but sun's gonna rise in a mile. In a mile, we'll be feeling fine. I'm just saying you can share this out with your chat with the stipulation that we need someone who could feasibly actually show up. There you go. At least just share it with the caveat that you need to be reasonably able to show up. Everyone in chat is far from Pacific Northwest. Now, I get it. Yeah, we're not looking for, like, people just trying to get something free and then sell it, you know? So, maybe it's not worth sharing. Just throwing that out there. Just saying. We're not looking for anyone trying to resell this shit. You can't resell it. It's not going to happen. So, like, you know, don't incentivize people who can't resell it to be part of the giveaway. Because that would suck. And that's fine. If they could feasibly show up, awesome. Big thumbs up. If not, you know, I would say be more selective. Don't spam it to your entire Discord. Spam it to the people that you think could feasibly show up. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate it. We are at basically 9 p.m. I have lost a bunch of steam, but we got a bunch of this stuff done, and those keywords are good. So now we actually want to figure out who we go raid. Like, productive time. Are you streaming right now? Is that really what you were trying to do? You are streaming. All right, who here wants to raid a co-working stream with productive time doing their thing? We can do it. I don't mind. I do think there are other streams, and honestly, I'd be happy to raid you. You know that, productive time. But also, like, we don't see enough other streamers that I do want to kind of, like, hype up some other non-game streamers. Yes, I will be on gaming right after this. Absolutely. I'll be playing some games, maybe doing some work. Here's the thing. Productive time, I appreciate you. You're the best. I just think there's, like, another stream or two we could raid today. And then when it comes to like a Friday or Saturday, I will happily raid you. I probably do need to watch your A Natasha stream for Fridays and Saturdays, just in case. Which we can do. I don't know if I watched that stream on this stream. So yeah, I think let's go raid someone doing some code stuff. Right? I know you're doing some code stuff, and that's fucking awesome. But, you know, yeah, we can raid you. I'm thinking like Friday or Saturday or whatever. Yeah? Right, so let's go raid someone else. Someone's working on a gas mileage application using Laravel. That does seem just kind of cool. They're using Lucide for their icons and everything too. All right. So yeah, productive time. Thank you for chilling. We will raid you eventually. It will happen. Come on. Like, you know it's happened. It'll happen. But today we're going to go raid Tuto. And yeah, I went a bit late tonight. I should start wrapping back up again at like 6 or 7. Yeah. No, it'll be a good chill stream. We're going to go say hi to Tuto. He's got 4 people working, like, hanging out, chilling, watching him do some Laravel stuff. We can bump those numbers up. And yeah, this Citizen Coke. Yeah, it was good music. It's a solid song, but nah, I don't want to hear that shit anymore. So, YouTube, thank y'all for hanging out. Appreciate ya. I don't even see the numbers. Hold on, let me just drag that. And then, yeah, YouTube, thank y'all for chilling. Thanks for hanging out. We are going to raid into Tuto 1902. And we did some work, right? Scaffolding out some of the BS for Stripe integrations. We need to actually integrate with Stripe, and that'll be the thing we do tomorrow and probably like into Thursday, maybe Friday. Wednesday, day off. But tomorrow, I'll see y'all again soon. See y'all tomorrow. Let's go say hi to Tuto, and I'll see some of y'all on gaming, Griffing and Chill. Later.